Aspetta,
Otherwise, you're going to
aspetta.
get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible result. For
Ciao
example,
ragazzi,
now, I can
bentornati.
place one side of my
Secondo
2D
giorno
representation
di
of my 3D space and get
CitizenCON.
this possible result, which is pretty
Adesso
amazing.
aspetta che metto full screen il browser. Ok, eccoci qua. Come vedete, novità assoluta, il mio avatar tagliato via, che non ho capito perché
Okay, this is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later.
Stavi parlando per quello, stavo
This is
andando
the
live,
tools we
continuare le
use
parole,
we are able to actually
ok,
create the
aspetta,
assets.
perché ho questo
So let's take a look at this video.
sistemare. Ok, datemi un secondo ragazzi, intanto si è pure bloccato. Adesso stanno parlando dei valori di melanina, addirittura dei capelli, porca troia. Dove cazzo vogliono arrivare con sto game, ragazzi? Allora, vediamo un attimino perché il mio animatronico qua non si setta i dati del Toby.
Fully white up to black.
Va, lo spegne.
Obviously, you can go redhead as well.
Ok. Adesso si muove.
Get out of the way.
Poi capirò anche perché non si salva i dati sta cosa.
Implemented. You can go a bit more wild on this.
Minchia ragazzi, guardate il colore dei capelli che cambia. Porca di quella troia. Allora, la preview adesso dovrebbe essere giusta. No, è ancora un po' tagliata. Allora. Tanto mi rimpicciolisco un pochino e mi sistemo. Va bene, lasciamola così per adesso ragazzi, poi capirò bene come funziona. È una figata comunque avere l'avatar che parla, così riesco a esserci, animare un po' il tutto. Vediamo qua i capelli.
And obviously you can fade it as well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges and the dye layer, okay? This is how the occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair.
Almeno è animato.
And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well. Cool. By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU?
Wow! È già tutto pronto? Quanto cazzo hanno lavorato?
So, now that we understand a bit better how the hair is working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Cazzarola! Ok. Tanta roba ragazzi, veramente tanta roba. Capelli fatti così rispetto a quelli che ci sono adesso sono OP. Veramente belli. Scusate se mi vedete guardare di lato ogni tanto, ma ok, facciamo che la sposto di là. Ok. Perché sto guardando il monitor regia e il monitor quello del CitizenCON. Bello. Capelli fatti così, se sono veramente già nel più. Ti ho invitato al party, Achino, adesso entro da te. Tanta roba. Guardate anche la pelle come rispetto ad essere fatta meglio. Potrebbe essere la volta buona che avremo un avatar bello, un po' più realistico. Anche perché il come è fatto adesso, secondo me, è difficile riuscire ad avere somiglianza. È forse troppo... non tanto complicato, però... non lo so, boh. E io, tra l'altro, ragazzi, vi chiedo scusa, non ho la chat in questo momento, quindi se mi state scrivendo non sto leggendo, poi sistemerò anche questo. Oggi mi è saltato fuori l'avatar così perché mi è venuto il ghiribizio di guardarci e non capisco peraltro perché si agiti ogni volta che giro la testa, ma strana sta cosa. Vabbè. Boh. Abbiamo la double, quindi Toby in game e Toby in live.
Bello,
Lo showcase è proprio bello. Stai vedendo la live, Achino?
no.
Guardala, guardala perché merita.
Io sono appena esploso perché era tanto buio che non riuscivo a vedere un cazzo.
Devi venirti a prendere?
Da morto non lo so.
No, dimmi tu.
Devo andare a recuperare la roba ora.
Ah, devo dire che con l'animate lì il gioco subisce un po', eh. Devi andare a recuperare la roba? Ti accompagno. Belli i colori così anche. Minchia, guarda anche col trucco. Porca Eva.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Enjoyed the die, so I'm gonna try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just seen now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO,
questo è il CitizenCON il giorno 2, cioè era 2 giorni, un evento di 2 giorni. Tu dove sei, scusami?
It's our glimpse into the future of what type of
quello vestito di
diversity we want
bianco?
to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style
ma perché non ho il
is one of the
indicatore?
directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
Voglio dire che ho inventato sto gioco.
Porca troia, guarda cosa hanno fatto. Aspetta che rifaccio il gruppo pieno.
Un sistema di personalizzazione.
Gruppo.
Più pulito, mettiamola così.
No, guarda i capelli, che figata rispetto a come sono adesso. Adesso ti ho invitato al party.
Parlo di personalizzazione, io ti sto parlando di praticità nel personalizzarlo.
Intendi adesso che è più pratico?
Adesso deve essere più pratico.
Ah sì, assolutamente. Ok, adesso la tua icona. Prendo la nave per... Ma dobbiamo combattere? Cosa?
Non è stato pure dato.
Allora, devo prendere una nave. Ok, vai, vieni. Hangar 4. Ma mi devo equipaggiare per combattere o... Minchia, ma che belli sti capelli. La qualità è innegabile. Vieni.
Devo andare a prendere la mia.
Sono già qua. Fammi provare una roba però.
La mia nel 3.
Perché hai preso la tua anche?
Come se andiamo sulla
Thank you
tua.
guys.
Sì, certo, quanto andiamo?
Sette navi, sono.
So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here,
Bello.
they are all rendered as you've seen in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff.
Prima
But there is no
dall'accesso,
tricks
grazie.
here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an artist, right?
Ce li hai il marker della missione? Vedo un mio cadavere?
Now,
No,
we've seen all
devi
this.
scerarmela.
What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have.
Aspetta.
Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible
75
with all the
stili di
changes we
capelli.
made. Yeah.
Te lo scerava.
That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay? After this, there's a tech hard part where they need to skin it, they need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it just takes
Laga tantissimo, eh.
We wanted to have a certain amount of
Vai verso il
quantity that would
pacco
be enough to replace all the stuff that is there,
790285.
give you enough variety for you to start.
Aspetta
and that's what we're
che
gonna see next.
voglio
Now,
sentire cosa dici.
it also tells you when are you getting it. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about his stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys. This is actually what you're getting. Into the PU.
Wow. Ma dov'eri a New Babbage? Quarter 4 2023? Minchia, lo pubblicano con la prossima, con la 322. Grandi.
It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you.
Grandi. Dov'è che devo andare, Achino?
Pacco 790285.
Ma è 790
Another round of applause for Andre and
fianco
getting
a
new hairs into
Babbage.
the game. I can't wait to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that. And for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic.
Bravi, cazzo. Oh, stanno lavorando tanto e bene adesso, Cloud Imperium Games.
I'm going to talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters.
È a 1028 chilometri.
So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool. 60 new heads.
Ok, però dovete cambiare il modo di fare il blend. Fa cagare quello che c'è adesso.
Customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great. All right, so our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there. But that wasn't enough. We need more. That is our new pool.
Bello. Un bel pool di persone.
Very exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters.
Perché hai messo tutto su Shield
For
e non tutto
Squadron
sui
and the
valori?
Persistent Universe. How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London. And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy
Minchia, che
Scanner.
spettacolo. Cazzo, vai a
The
guardare.
scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded Flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated. Seconds. Our old, to give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in a
Kino, non mi spostare la roba,
Those are
sposta
awesome
sui
texture
motori.
maps that we could put on the
Ah,
head.
e tu il controllo perché sei il copilota. Sposta sui motori.
Really good.
Non sta ricaricando.
Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map
No, ci vede te perché
resolution.
sei il copilota.
Hyper accurate scan results.
Ho spento tutto, esco dal posto di copilota.
Close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light.
Non me li fa toccare a me.
This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
Bello, bel sistema.
Oh, relax. So all right.
Bel sistema, ragazzi, che hanno messo in ballo,
So we got some characters here on the screen. Those are all built using all these things that I've briefly mentioned.
Devo andare a cena.
I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone, though.
E come facciamo?
Skin tone's tricky. Because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you want.
Torno alla base.
So what you see is some really weird looking characers. We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
Arrivo.
Non mi urlare in cuffia, Chino, che siamo in live. Muta il microfono piuttosto. Oh, hanno fatto un bel mestiere, eh?
All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pull for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we can figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract into the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with. And what's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, you know, whatever it should be. What should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is written by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads.
Non male.
And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice. And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff. And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator.
Oh, bravi.
Character customizer for Squadron 42.
Finalmente, roba nuova. Questo è quello di cui avevamo bisogno, un nuovo character customizator.
Which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse. And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm gonna bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Bravi, bella roba.
Thanks, buddy. Give me. Oh, it's awesome. All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show ya. Time for live demo.
Live demo, ragazzi. Vediamo cosa.
Right. So,
Vediamo.
I want to welcome you to the
Sto fischio sotto.
Biotic Corp Calliope machine.
Cos'è sta? No, fammi. Ui.
All right, so here you can see we've got the whoa.
Wow.
You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any point in time.
Che cazzo stanno
So we're gonna
combinando
start
con
in
sto
right away.
microfono?
Now, you might recall how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. We would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it up or down, depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems.
No, infatti.
So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting mode.
Porca puttana! Porca... Vale!
It's
Vieni
quite
a vedere,
interesting to
questo
know
ti
what's going
piacerà
on behind the scenes. And
tantissimo.
this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it. So it's going on between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away. So I want to wind up the nose. You can see that it's all very intuitive. It's fast to use. I'm going to make the lips a little bit bigger here. There we go, something like that. I think that looks pretty good.
Questo è il nuovo sistema di customizzazione. Questo funziona bene.
Now we can adjust the eye shape. We can go more almond eyes. We can go more oval. We can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here.
Porca miseria,
so here
bellissimo.
We're starting to look pretty good. I want to give him a little bit more of a hero chin. And there we go. I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone.
Bello.
So finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table. And this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time.
È impressionante. Oggettivamente è impressionante,
So
ragazzi.
at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures. Now, like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking, what am I like? Oh, I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool. All right. So the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles.
Porca miseria. Amore, guarda. Guarda che livelli.
So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked it all the way to the top just so you guys can see it. But for my character here, I'm going to keep it kind of subtle. Like this.
Guarda che spettacolare.
Something like that. We've also got
Guarda anche la
sunspots. Now
grafica,
this is
I capelli.
a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys. Whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now, I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to select. So if you want to have bright green eyes, if you want to have hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes.
Bello.
This is all very, very nice. So again, we can go with deep browns.
Poi.
We can go with sort of
Ok, sarà un 4K quello che stiamo guardando, però
I quite like that look. That's cool.
Tanta roba, ragazzi.
Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors, don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want. So I'm just going to pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for some of us and another reality for another one of us. There it is.
Il reset, la
That's what I want my reality
randomize,
to be
completato molto.
here. Something like this. I'm digging the mohawk though for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah.
Mr. T.
All right. So it might go without saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full beard, you can select a full beard. If you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right. So we've got all the different beard types that you could want, and we're going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy.
Finalmente avremo delle belle customizzazioni con player che non sembrano più sempre uguali. L'ideale sarebbero che si potesse esportare.
You could have bushy ones, you can have a little bit more, normal, kind of straightforward ones. But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the hair dye as well. So with the hair dye, you can affect all the hair at once, and right now I've got all selected, so I can go through the gamut of all the different hair melanin that you can
C'hai
set.
il root color, che è il colore del capello, e poi gli puoi dare un colore.
If I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself, setting a dye color here, something like that. But in the end, I'm really digging the jet black on this particular one. So I'm going to frost these tips a little bit. I think that's going to look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips,
addirittura la ricrescita.
just blend it right about
Porca troia.
So there we go. He looks a lot different than how that started, and I think that's actually pretty fun. Now, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character. So once you're done, you've got to sign off a personal declaration that the physical appearances that the calliope process has allegedly caused are okay with you. So let's go to our next body type. All right. So I'm going to go to town here real fast, right away. And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're going to get there. Let's make some changes here. I'm going to adjust the bridge of the nose, maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here. That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here, something like that. And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller here, and I'm going to lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this. And I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular character. That's looking pretty good.
Ripeto, tutto molto bello, soprattutto quello che vedo sotto, l'undo e il redo, eccetera, eccetera. L'importante è che ci possa essere anche un'esportazione dei dati o della configurazione, perché andare a rifare tutte le volte questa peculiarità di customizzazione, tutte le volte che fanno una release, come ad esempio è successo tra la 320 e la 321, che sono più o meno state rilasciate all'interno dello stesso mese, o siamo lì, adesso non mi ricordo di preciso, diventa pallosissimo dover rifare tutte le volte sempre questa cosa qua. bello, voglio dire, bello, però una volta, due volte, alla quinta volta giustamente ti caghi il
I'm
cazzo.
arguably not very good at this, but I will do my absolute best to show you guys how you can use it.
È bello che puoi avere anche il trucco per tipo
is the eyeliner.
le donne,
So the eyeliner, we can do any
su
color.
Baldur's
You can go
Gate.
as crazy
Questo è molto
or
bello.
as chill as you want to go with this.
Ripeto,
but for
finalmente
this
si potrà
particular, I'm gonna
customizzare
go
bene
quite
il proprio
dark here,
personaggio.
just
Non
in the
male.
dark sort of fuchsias and purples.
La pubblicità
Here
che
we're doing
coglione.
the inner lid eyeshadow, and that I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think. Yeah, and we're gonna do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy or as calm as you want.
No, è un colore che mi fa cagare, onestamente, fatto così. Secondo me il blending in questo caso... ok, c'è l'opacità, quindi il blending del colore.
And then I just pull it back to a little more of a natural blend.
Ok, così forse è un pochino più...
Is the lips. We can do the exact same stuff on the lips.
Un po' più
Now what we have is a whole bunch of
realistico.
different makeup masks, and you've got 3 different channels within those masks. So basically 3 different
Veramente
colors
bello.
that are affecting different areas of it. Now for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted. And I think I'm actually kind of digging that. And let's go on the lip liner a little darker. And then lips are a lot more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there, so that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next.
Wow.
I think we're good, yeah.
Non so se avete notato qua in alto a destra, quando ha mosso la schermata, guardate i capelli qua, che si muovono, guardate. Impressionante,
We've got the ponytail, we've got the slick back kind of look. Yeah.
Assomigliava a un'attrice
I'm really digging yet.
con quei capelli.
Yes. Yes, now we're talking. All right. So cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive here, guys. So if you want facial hair on any body type, you got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you guys. So on the eyebrows, I'm just going to leave them because we can't really see them anyways. But for the hair, I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, something in the darker range. I'm going to turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm going to turn up the dye, though, and I'm going to try to carry my same theme forward here. There we go. And then I'm gonna give it a bit of a fall off.
Con una cosa del genere, se riuscissero a prendere la foto della persona e a creare l'avatar, minchia che spettacolo. Poi adoro il viola, quindi hanno già vinto con me così, va bene. Guardate il gradiente qua sotto che può essere selezionato come volete, quindi prima parte nero, un fall al colore, poi il colore pieno.
And head to game. So, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the squadron feature team that has done all this work. And one of the cool things to note is that we use this now internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
Bello. Questo qui è per la demo di ieri che hanno fatto con il pallone e la stoffa.
All right, we're behind on schedule, so let's welcome the Life in the First Person crew. Take it away. I'll be here. I'm busy.
Ha detto che sono in ritardo con la schedulazione. Life in the First Person. 4 speaker. Francesco Roccucci non...
Hello everyone! Am I too early? No. It's a real pleasure to be here at CitizenCON in person.
Allora, quello che c'è stato adesso è stato il Character Advancement. Ho perso la prima parte, scusate, stavo finendo di cenare.
I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to play traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up. So the first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating.
Alleluia.
Oh, we're going to face plant. We made it. All right, so we made the re-entry much more forgiving.
Ok.
So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us.
Bello.
It allows us to get close to surfaces, and it allows us to walk across.
Bello anche il casco nuovo, cazzo.
In this video here.
Inquietante,
Okay, and as it gets to the end, we're gonna jump off. Okay, here we go.
Comunque, non so se avete notato, mi sembrava che totalmente fosse aperto, tipo.
Get into before, or not easily with the old EVA. We're gonna traverse through here, thread the needle, and also the collision is much more forgiving. We're gonna slide off at slower speeds, so we're not gonna be spinning away. Okay, big reveal.
Bello.
Love this station. This is amazing.
Questo è Pyro, ragazzi. Ho visto prima un video su YouTube a riguardo.
Do interactions and walk between the grips to get better control.
Bello. Complimenti, ragazzi. Bello.
Thank you very much.
Io adesso quello che vorrei vedere è il fatto che quando sei nello spazio e imprimi una velocità, quella ti rimane senza dover tenere premuto.
But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw, we can now rotate around the camera.
Un po' come il coupled del decoupled.
Lateral translation, so we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better. We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore. Right? We're not going to get pushed around. Of course, prone isn't all about looking around. We want to traverse as well. So we're going to head down this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this. We're going to be able to push around the corners. We're going to go around tight bends. And we're going to be able to reliably go up and down slopes. And this is where prone led the way. So we then took this and we put it into the EVA. So if I turn off gravity here, which I'm not going to do, but if I did, the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place. And by having the same,
sta spiegando che hanno traslato questo comportamento anche nelle VOD, quindi gravità zero.
For example, like the water wheel showed it yesterday, we might be able to take you swimming there one day. So.
E implementeranno il fatto di nuotare.
Okay, we're gonna move from the horizontal to the vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups that lets you enter the ladder at anywhere.
Molto bello, molto smooth e
realistico. Let you look around so you can do 360s. We're gonna let you lean on the ladders so that you can avoid obstacles or peek around corners. And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with all this beautiful star cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing. Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out.
Ottimo. Con o senza l'arma ti muovi alla stessa velocità.
Push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we got more things like this to come.
Ma va?
Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So, sliding. So, with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed.
Bello.
This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target.
Niente un po' come Call of Duty.
You know, you're sprinting, so that's going to cost you stamina.
Ci sta.
You're sliding, that's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my heart rate is just pumping, 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 right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport. Okay, so another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity.
as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with this slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked, so if I was to slide from one end of the stage to the other, I would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right? Look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean. I could go back to sprint right away, so I could do back-to-back slide.
Sta mostrando il fatto che quando puoi slidare puoi sparare in hip fire e poi quando finisci la slide entrare nei...
I want to talk about new hazard. Now you saw this yesterday in the UI demo.
Effetti sul corpo sulla base dell'esposizione, di quanto viene esposto.
Okay, radiation, right. So radiation.
Ah, ok, la radiazione.
It's a new addition to this active status system.
Bello, l'interfaccia nuova è veramente bella.
We need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And you know the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here, and my health just deteriorates super quick. So yeah, that's not great.
Bello. Ha spiegato praticamente che voi avevate qui lo shielding, questo qua. Quando lui scende e aumenta l'esposizione, diminuisce velocemente la vita.
Why are we showing that? Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Inês and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about, thank you. And I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world.
Nuovo tipo di interfaccia per l'interazione.
Interaction prompts, which are AR cards that appear over the objects as the player gets near them. These, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene.
Hanno migliorato il modo di agganciare lo sguardo all'interazione.
And the keybind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that.
Stanno rimuovendo l'inner thoughts. Non ho ben capito come vogliono migliorare la cosa.
If an object has more than one interaction, well, for that you can just simply hold F and this will bring you the new interaction wheel.
Ah, ok. Si tiene punto F e parte il nuovo sistema di interazione.
And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action.
Quindi non devi più tirare fuori la roba, tieni premuta la F.
Change depending on your focus. Let's bring up the wheel. And you know, I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they are interacting with, but
Quindi
any
d'ora in
item that
poi
falls into the same category.
sostanzialmente tu puoi settare qual è la tua azione primaria sulla base del tipo di oggetto. O credo più in generale, forse.
Okay. So I've shown you some features that improve. Thank you. So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world.
Bello, quindi d'ora in poi gli oggetti sono fisicalizzati e tu interagirai fisicamente con loro.
Was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action.
Questa è un'aggiunta mica da ridere, ragazzi, perché era quasi poco comprensibile prima quello che si andava a premere.
I don't know, I just kind of like
Bello. Simpatica sta ragazza. Ah, il pugno proprio.
And okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables.
Wow.
So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers, that designers could build these really interactive experiences, but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player would be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look.
Quindi sostanzialmente stai dicendo che ciò che noi potremo fare, anche l'AI potrà farlo. Che bilancia molto le cose, bello.
The player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing the specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you. So let's finally turn off that valve, rush over before that broken valve starts turning off, and then
ragazzi,
another small example.
Il livello di dettaglio, di game, di qualità sta velocemente raggiungendo quello di Half-Life ai tempi in comparazione.
Interact with that pump and manually open it. So you'll have to time your inputs to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these objects. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line.
Bello.
And I can't wait to see
tutto questo movimento sarà fatto dal giocatore.
And bring up to your hands.
Bello.
Thank you. Okay, let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of these ones. So we made a small little changes to make it easier for you. We've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this in action.
Ah, quindi rimarranno attivi.
And look at that, when you trigger it, and like, yeah, so this is a very small quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with it.
No, ammetto questa di non averla capita, ragazzi.
And you know,
Non ho
finally,
visto grandi
let's talk
differenze.
about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience.
Il nuovo sistema di looting.
So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works. Okay, let's go over to...
Laggava un po',
So you see the player loadout is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do.
Questo è bello. Questo è bello. Questo è molto bello.
Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions, and you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout and get rid of any empty magazines. So
allora, questo è molto bello, molto pratico. Capire bene la parte dell'inventario, perché se non voglio l'arma dietro, ma la voglio magari sul... non le armi, andiamo non addosso, ma nell'inventario voglio poter trascinare lì, cosa che presumo sia ancora fattibile. Però bello. Bello.
Right, hello everyone. For those who cannot remember, my name is Jens, and I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weaponware. Right, so takedowns is an important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So going to move you through different action sets.
Bello.
You're going to start out by struggling. You might fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it. And then you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast, you can barely see him do it. And then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns. Like
praticamente più lo farai, più migliorerai. Non male.
And contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him. So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, you know, sneak up on him and take him out.
Not bad.
Okay, so in that last video we incapacitated that enemy a lot.
Oh, arriviamo alle monete.
I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first. One more. Oh. Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over, we're going to cuff his hands, we're going to cuff his legs.
Bello. Ma come lo porti?
Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble. Now, this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to
Quindi puoi pingare oltre con le navi anche con
Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping, and by doing so we can see further,
percepibile.
and we can see through obstacles, and we can populate
Più tieni
more
premuto.
information into our data bank that then shows up in our box outs here.
Porca
So you get the name and you maybe get
troia.
the race
Quello
and
è
maybe the
una
faction. And you can use this information to figure out where is the weak link, which enemies can I take down without being discovered.
Questo diventa molto,
okay? So there's a charge up time,
gioco stealth anni 90 molto bello.
Slowly. You see the bar at the top,
Quello con
slowly
Snake, con Solid
until that
Snake.
goes all the way down. I
non mi
can't
viene in
ping,
mente il
I
nome.
can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right
Metal
equipment
Gear.
and tech level might discover me.
Questo è molto Metal Gear style, è
Okay, so
spettacolo.
let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets.
Quindi le armi
In actual
si
game, this is
consumano,
triggered by
come
weapon
si vede
use,
qua.
right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency. It's going to affect its reliability.
Cazzo, che
and
bella
it's gonna
grafica.
reduce its resale value.
Più la usi, meno potrai
item is
rivenderla.
gonna wear
Cioè il prezzo
at
si
its
abbassa,
own rate
diventa, si
and persist
abbassa.
at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope. Check this one out. There you go.
Bello.
So
il
the
problema
geometry
è
isn't
che
the
mi
only thing they're
aspettavo
going
è
to change
questo.
as your weapon
Le
wears.
armi possono
So here
fallire.
we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed.
Non male.
And you should be able to hear the audio
Praticamente
as well.
la
It
differenza
gets
è tra
growlier.
quella in basso a destra che è a posto e quella quella nello schermo grande che ti sta
Okay, on to some
mostrando
consequences.
il
So
fatto che sia
just, it's
stata
not
utilizzata
all
tanto e quindi
visual,
fa
so we're going to
scintille
stop
e
in
fumo.
misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is
Not bad.
you press the trigger, your gun
Dato
doesn't
da
fire.
20.
The second thing
Lol.
that happens in this video,
Si è gemmata la pistola.
I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button. Our enemy's firing
Bello.
on us. So you got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Ines showed to grab a better gun. Okay.
Ragazzi, va che sta
Okay, I'm
roba
gonna
qui non
finish
è
this section
paglia,
with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation.
Hanno già mostrato 2 o 3
So here again,
gameplay
we're going to see a simulation of
di
dirt
qualità
accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the
vedere
actual
veramente in
game,
azione,
this
però
will be based on your
impressionante.
activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud,
Questa è
you leave
come
your
si
gun
sporcano
outside
le
proper
armi.
storage,
La maschera dello
it's gonna
sporco è un
accumulate
work in
dirt,
progress,
and
come è scritto
that's going to
sotto.
increase the rate at which it wears. So the
E
dirtier
più è
your gun is, the
sporca,
faster it
più
will
si
wear out.
consumerà
And
velocemente.
this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look at this one as well. Oh, or not.
Ah, vedete che
Okay,
si
so yeah,
è
so in the
sporcato
future
nel
it's going to be
corso
really important that you keep your
del
guns
frame,
clean
del
and
tempo.
repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Complimenti, stanno facendo proprio un grandissimo lavoro.
Hello,
Sempre
I'm
più
Zach
contento
Priest.
di
I'm a
essermi
senior FPS game
messo
designer.
all'interno
I'm
di
here to share some
questo
of the
progetto.
new interesting FPS things we have to bring you. So, if you play modern shooters, you'll have noticed the quality bar has gone through the roof in recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. And as you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to. Because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So, we made a new tool. And it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, and this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil. So this is the old P4.
Questo è il nuovo sistema di recoil.
It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4,
il nuovo P4,
it has these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways. Cool. Okay. Thank you very much.
Non male.
Cheers. We also have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before, it basically just do, move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall it just feels like you've got an LMG, or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like, ease in and ease outs, and just give more life to the overall weapon. Oh. There we go. And we also have new iron sights. So, sci-fi weapons are chunky. They're full of detail, they look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what is a target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more. So optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager, and you can see this on the Custodian.
Immagino che questo sia quello nuovo, che è molto più visibile, questo molto di meno.
Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recoil tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But while we were looking at our weapons, we also realized that some things don't necessarily, align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall is rule of cool. That's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol.
No, ce n'è. Aspetta che metto le cuffie, sennò parli tu al posto.
And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count is also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets. Cool.
Bello. Hai visto come è fatto bene?
Thank you very much. Right, and moving on to our new vault weapons. So, it's the other video.
Perché mi rimane la bocca aperta adesso?
There you go. Fine. These are the vault weapons. So, vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you'll be unable to fire. And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go, some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because, these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and, keep it in that ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Now, this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one. So, to get if anyone plays a modern FPS, they know the optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look
Le ottiche ne hanno parlato ieri e sono veramente belle. Guardale.
We have zoomed in optics in the center. So and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life. And they look gorgeous.
No,
so in general, all our sights and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pinpoint distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, we're using something like a television sight, like Clue you might have, then your optic would turn off.
Allora,
thank you.
Sì. Allora, vai a 3 output.
And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit, but as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
Allora, complex audio, giusto. Bello anche l'audio del come si chiama, delle armi. Ok, non capisco perché il mio avatar sia con la bocca aperta da pirla.
L'hai detto da solo.
Fantastic. I think all of California heard us there.
Okay.
So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. I want to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation. You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching of, you have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it has been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor.
La croce adesso segue la direzione del barrel, della canna del fucile.
So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor.
Ma la croce o il mirino?
As you see,
la croce.
Recoil,
il mirino per forza.
It just looks gorgeous.
Ma fa culo, qual è la croce e qual è il mirino? Che cazzo è?
La croce è quella che tu vedi davanti quando non sei in fire.
And onto more data things.
Il mirino è il mirino dell'arma.
We're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue in here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point. PvP, we want to increase the time to kill. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in for Squadron 42, is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon. Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Il programmino è bello, ma ogni tanto sbarella.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the director in CIG.
Oh, parla
it's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic.
Questo parla molto bene.
So, what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that.
Ok, ho resettato, ragazzi.
So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about.
Guarda anche la grafica dell'interfaccia. Guarda qui, il P4R col caricatore e il numerino. Oh, che bello, questi dettagli sono tanta roba.
So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is that some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal, and bring that to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trade system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence the behaviors.
Traits,
so those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range. So you want them to not push
bene inglese, dai.
So they allow to block, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors.
Quindi stanno dicendo sostanzialmente che loro, per influenzare il comportamento degli NPC, possono attribuirgli questo tipo di comportamenti, quindi i pirati possono essere aggressivi e reckless.
Chris Rain presentation during the CTG demo, like we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing
their ammo. È una bella cosa perché tu puoi dare differenti comportamenti alle varie personalità, e questo andrà a comportare automaticamente
convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment, and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them.
Stanno difendendo il territorio, quindi sostanzialmente pusheranno molto di più per difendere e...
Some will cover up.
E forzare una tua reazione.
Obviously this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick of a box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters will have different personalities,
crew members,
different training level that they can build
Torretta
up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle.
Questa ci piace. Questa ci piace, però non solo a piedi, ragazzi, anche per le torrette. So one good thing that we
want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry
un medico, puoi avere un medico in team.
But not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out.
Bella sta cosa.
We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate.
Quindi i medici praticamente arrivano e aiutano. Che è una figata, perché quindi te li puoi portare dietro nel momento in cui vai a terra e loro ti aiutano.
He needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So
quindi adesso non avranno più tutte le armi infinite, bello.
NPC carrying their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have,
gli NPC raccoglieranno le armi da terra.
We don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight, and the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, in the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. And the NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide,
sanno dove troveranno le armi che funzionano con le loro armi.
Reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or
che
towards
nel
the
momento in
enemy,
cui
they can decide to pick
finiscono
up
le
another
ammo,
weapon.
loro andranno a cercare dove
So you
sanno
would
che
see
ci sono quelle ammo.
Also already in Pyro you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective,
Quando finiscono le ammo passeranno alla pistola.
but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously in this video we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And
non mi piacciono molto le macchie del sangue, onestamente. Però beh, per adesso quello è un dettaglio veramente.
Dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it.
Sta rifacendo del video.
Last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or
quindi se un player campera gli arriva una bella granata sul culo.
So grenade force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali presentation and Mike presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs needs to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards.
Quindi adesso gli NPC capiranno anche l'ambiente che li circonda e i vari pericoli che ci sono.
The navigation module modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe.
Okay.
Safer. And what will happen now?
Il fatto che stia lì a pigliarsi i colpi.
Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass.
Allora, il fuoco si propaga in maniera non programmatica, ma sulla base di ciò che è intorno agli elementi. Questo va a modificare di conseguenza il pattern degli NPC e le decisioni che prenderanno per il combattimento.
Right, I want to thank Inesh, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
Sono simpatici. Questo è Pyro, se non vedo male. O comunque l'ambientazione che c'ha Pyro. Ho visto il video prima e dopo se riesco ve lo faccio vedere.
Normalmente è stato demolito da una Catlas.
Non t'ho capito, Chino.
Sono stato demolito da una Catlas.
Devi stare attento con la Catlas. Tu sei più agile, devi continuare a muoverti. Ma lei spara tanto. Minchia, guardate il riflesso sul mirino, che figata.
Quando sparo non va giù la zoccola.
Catlas è stranamente dura. Guardate il menu nuovo delle ammo. Molto pratico, molto bello, in effetti. Le granate. La Catlas anche con l'F8 va giù difficilmente, non so come mai. L'hanno potenziata un po' perché prima era un po' seghina. Spaccava i motori come niente.
Io ho sparato mezz'ora, c'aveva danneggiati ma non andava giù.
Ma con che cosa sei la Titan? L'F8 è già andata? L'F8 non l'hai già più?
No, l'F8 ce l'ho, però mi serviva l'hangar perché devo trasportare pacchi. In teoria la missione è una delivery.
Ma ci sono stili probabilmente. Adesso tra un attimo loggo,
Sì, sto andando con l'F8, ma non so dove ficcarmi il pacco se sto per il culo.
Adesso arrivo a aiutarti, poi aspetta un secondo. Minchia ragazzi, sto combattimento, guarda che spettacolo con gli NPC che ti accerchiano e ti pushano. Bello. Tra l'altro si vede poco. Sta ricaricando con la destra, ne ha uno sotto. Una destra sotto. Tra l'altro faccio notare che non si vede perfettamente il... Di conseguenza c'è anche questa difficoltà, anche con questo tipo di mirino, che ha un po' di pancheccatura intorno. Belle queste armature, cazzo, due grigie. Queste armature sono veramente belle. Il menu system a me sta piacendo molto. Un po' forse troppo difficile come va giù. Inoltre non so se avete notato l'icona del P4R che aveva il calcio del fucile arretrato, come il Baku che c'è adesso nella 320. Il che significa che questa roba qua, secondo me potenzialmente, guardate l'icona si è vista, potenzialmente potrebbe già essere fuori questa con... guardate adesso che ho visto. Potrebbe già essere fuori con la 322, però io ci spero perché questo cambiamento qua dal punto di vista dell'interfaccia è tanta roba. Con la bussola sopra sarebbe ottimo. Bello.
Right.
Bello,
Thank you very much.
Ragazzi, bello.
I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really
Pyro
great
test lo voglio vedere.
Thank you.
Mi spiace che l'avatar non possa applaudire,
so
ma
that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started.
Devono andare a pranzo loro. Adesso c'è il fight lì, come cacchio si chiama. Non si toccano i monitor, santo Dio. Che brutta roba. Loro poi hanno il pranzo perché qui da noi sono le 10:30, 10 passate. Là è quasi l'1 di pomeriggio, quindi quasi ora di fare pranzo. Taking flight.
Is my mic on? Okay. Can you hear me? Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on.
These are the wrong slides.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years.
Achino ti joino.
Two things I need to say here. First thing is we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance.
Comunque le Panther sono belle, sì, ma hanno pochi proiettili, Dio caro.
No.
Well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine.
Poi ti spiego
the second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger. He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup.
VKB sono quelli che voglio prendere.
Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking. Yes. So, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off. It starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Is this working? Yeah, okay. Hello everyone, it's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about the what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit.
Sharami la missione.
I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and... Okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created, when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now.
Vediamo un po'. Questa è Pyro, bella.
Will get us into the ship, while you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
Molto orangey. Perché la roba è già aperta qua? Aspetta. Ok. Questo è il nuovo cockpit della Gladius.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick.
Mancano due monitor.
You'll be put on this relaxed pose with free look enabled. And you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brand, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems. Oh, look at that.
Aegis combat system.
And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all for me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Allora, il nuovo HUD è bello. Sta cosa del premere tutti i bottoni per il trade, spero che rimanga con la U onestamente, quindi poi lo faccio in automatico.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm senior UI programmer here at CIG, and I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action?
Vediamo la ship UI.
Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. Okay. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later.
E si possono customizzare.
We're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard.
Oh, gli ologrammi,
but other ships
finalmente.
May have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators.
Okay.
This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes.
No, non l'ho vista bene.
Instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them.
Allora, è una bella cosa il fatto di avere così tanti bindings, ma può generare confusione, però beh, ci sta.
If you need more, just let us know. Anyway, I think you're not gonna need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation.
Sì, ma stiamo ancora parlando di master mode, ragazzi.
So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi.
Atterra proprio su di me.
These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setups with UI elements and even ship systems enabled for how you personally use each of your ships.
No, Kino, fermo, che cazzo fai? Fermo, non così.
Some of you might be thinking that these Gladius have enough MFDs.
No, spacchi la nave.
Enable the top setting. For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
Oh, può essere una bella cosa.
Fare le cose che prendi con il multitool.
E puoi castare le informazioni.
For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship, and I can get all this information. You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you.
Bello.
With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have
sono belle cose.
And let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Sono delle belle cose. Il problema è che implica sempre la master mode. E io non sono a favore della master mode.
At this point our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, you know, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust. In the future you can tell where the ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So we now boost forwards, we now added camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, you know, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry. At the same time, we reduce the extensions that that look ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with G-force reactions, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5.
Questa è una cosa bella, da un certo punto di vista.
To increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop.
Perché sono molto visibili, però lo sfondo non è così chiaro come può essere Microtech. E comunque il fatto di non avere l'head-up display come lo abbiamo adesso con le informazioni, secondo me è una cazzata.
Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think. But we're improving the right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has. has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go.
Questo è sbagliato.
We can go with your ship.
Il fatto che che diminuisca la velocità alla quale puoi andare se sei in
SCM. SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast.
No,
however, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap. Which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So
avvisami quando sei fuori
we think it's much more exciting.
Con la tua nave.
So, in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode.
Sì.
Your shields
non devi tirare fuori la roba.
Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional. But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But
ormai mi sa che non possiamo più fare niente.
So regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means
l'arma è ancora dentro, ma non so quanto rimarrà.
Very careful when you want to swap over.
Il pacco l'ho perso,
you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute.
È una minchiata sta roba degli SCM, perché vedremo gente che continua a fare fuori e dentro per fare esattamente la stessa cosa di prima. Quindi esce col nav mode, attiva l'SCM, aspetta gli scudi, torna indietro, la stessa identica puttanata di prima, solo più macchinosa. È una cazzata.
You're going on a spline and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, so this is the time until you actually reached your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that. And take your hands off.
Bello. Bello bello.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So, and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive, you want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder.
Non sto guardando,
okay,
aspetta un
so
attimo.
Brent, show us how it's done properly.
No, comunque ancora no. Aspetta. L'effetto nuovo del quantum, ragazzi, è qualcosa di wow. Proprio bello.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
The bubble is locked. You can go hands off. La bolla è loccata, adesso puoi togliere le mani.
Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, oh, reinforcement needed, yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is,
questa è una bella cosa.
Quantum boosting works in every
Quantum
direction.
boosting.
You don't need enough points.
Senza enough point? Oh, bravi, finalmente. Se magari ci mettete qualche pianeta in mezzo da scoprire è anche più figo.
Brent is awesome,
però,
thank you.
Bello.
Okay, so now please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's enough points and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to. Welcome to Pyro 3.
Belli anche gli indicatori, sono molto più visibili.
There's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marti Mason.
Da fuori, mi pare sbaglio. Sono diverse queste unità.
Aspetta che non ti ho capito, c'ho casino sotto. Ripeti?
I pianeti sono più visibili, cioè sono più fighi
So
proprio.
who's excited to see the new AI changes?
Sì, sì. Aspetta che devo ripararmi, va, che sono danneggiato.
Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marti Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the hammerhead is being attacked by hornets. These hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straight-in attacks while outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning.
Ma anche la grafica è migliorata parecchio.
We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks that provide a spider-like fly path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the chaser is going to be the cutlass, which is following one of the hornets and is allied with the hammerhead.
Belle le informazioni.
Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few: critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combination with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit.
Con che nave vengo?
So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge.
Perfetto, ti voglio bene.
While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Hydrus is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now,
molto bene sta cosa,
perché
adesso in effetti è ancora forse troppo semplice andare contro navi di grossa taglia.
So I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you everyone, I hope you enjoy the new AI, and back to you, Yogi.
Allora, tutte queste modifiche, ragazzi, sono stupende, per carità, nulla da ridire.
Thank you, Diego.
Il problema è quando verranno messi fuori. Punto.
Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems and squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were they were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we'll make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a I think a close and burner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gats cannons, size 3. With one push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons, and so on. Okay, cool. So, a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that...
Ha cambiato il triangolo, comunque, è girato.
Weapons,
giusto per fare confusione.
Usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show. Which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... this is... What the... Okay, I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore, I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them, and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting
adesso hanno cambiato il pip, come viene proiettato sulla nave sulla base delle armi che avete.
I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry.
Ha detto una cazzata e si sta scusando perché ha detto una cazzata.
Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very
adesso le armi avranno un range più lungo, ma uno spread maggiore, quindi non saranno precisi dritte.
You won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry. right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So, Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets.
Ok,
this also has the benefit
interessante.
that, I'm not sure if you saw
Quindi
that
se il
before,
pip è rosso non è detto che non lo prendiate,
ma
si potrebbe semplicemente sprecare colpi. Si potrebbe essere preso, non è completamente fuori range.
Bam!
A chi non devo rientrare io? Ho distrutto la nave, devo rientrare.
Okay, so
torno subito.
That was this one. Okay, a thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system.
Mi sta laggando, ho portato terra per quello.
The original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So, next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile
le armi hai un pip differente.
For example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Aries? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Aries owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot.
Ok, interessante sta cosa. Quindi ci sarà un riallineamento del pip sulla base della posizione delle vostre armi. Ok, questo
but we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode.
Bisogna capire sta roba dei...
Enable precision targeting mode? There we go.
Niente, va bene.
What this does, it does 3 things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision. And you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
Carino sta cosa del gimbal system. Non sto capendo la parte di zoom e quant'altro però.
Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good. It doesn't stand a chance right now. But this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And you're going to look at time screen. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode. And bring us down to that landing spot.
Ho trovato anche nemici per la prima volta.
Sì,
so Pyro 3 is also called Bloom.
Non ho mai incontrato
it's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh, something wrong with the throttle? Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though. As that gameplay demo might have bugs. Okay, gonna go there now. Okay, yeah, steeper angle, that works.
L'entrata in atmosfera.
Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do like the vacuum of space. Well, we're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question: what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail?
Oh, 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 oh. Questa è bella. Diventa un simulatore di volo in atmosfera, bello.
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see
bello.
Here is the aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try a W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as fast as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction.
Bello. Questa è una cosa che secondo
just
me...
for this demo, we added a button. The button is called thruster disconnect. Because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases.
Pure lo stallo hanno messo, bello.
Ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky.
Chino?
That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
Vai, dammela via. C'erami la missione.
That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions.
Cazzo, ma che grafica, che
out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now. And then the thrusters will kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this off, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left.
Dove vado?
More left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over.
Due sono le cose, due
and you go
segnalini
forward
sono a
again.
me. E sono quelli che ho raccolto, l'ultimo è quello da raccogliere.
Ok.
Dopodiché devo andare a consegnare.
Ti precede
Okay, so now Brent, now show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here?
Ricevuto.
Oh yeah, there's our point, okay.
Già due le ho battute, ma... Se quando cerchiamo il pacco trovi un'altra Titan controlla il cannone sulla punta, che molto probabilmente
there's our landing point
che devo montare sulla mia.
Ricevuto. Allora, questa cosa del volo in orbita, secondo me è veramente bella, assolutamente. Potrebbe diventare necessario avere delle piste di atterraggio.
Whoa, look at this. Yeah, that water is great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a, so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
Bah, dipende, con quella nave che adesso non serve.
Giusto un pelo, perché con la nave che ho io ci sto mettendo un'ora.
È normale, non hai motori così potenti. Però sì, forse magari potenziarla un po' non sarebbe male.
Because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower, but you can of course like turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface.
Non devi entrare e uscire subito, però.
And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the ship.
Devo viaggiare ogni volta attorno al pianeta e sono 1,60.000 km dall'altro, ogni volta esci, prendi, fai il beat.
Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off.
Non drop off, ma...
And the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something.
E che due coglioni, porco due, sono esploso ancora.
Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but
non lo so, continua a laggarmi giù. Palle, vai a recuperare il mio corpo, per favore. Se lo vedi. Devo aver toccato degli alberi, ma ero già in recupero, non ho capito com'è possibile. Vabbè. Non lo so, la parte dell'atterraggio secondo me devo rivedere bene il video perché bella, con il capo attivo, bisogna capire come si comporta anche senza. Io spengo un attimo l'avatar, scusatemi ragazzi, ma mi sa che è quello che mi sta ciucciando parecchio. Inoltre ci rivediamo dopo. Partito il panel, scusatemi ragazzi.
Leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition.
L'audio del game.
The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes.
Cazzo, mi ero corto dell'ora.
And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice.
Ho lavorato anche stamattina, quindi domani me la prendo.
Evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches, so opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Yeah, versus more open spaces when you have in a combat setting, in open spaces you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure unless you're in a vehicle.
Altra cassa.
The third path is tertiary pathing. So
tu inizi a rientrare, qua c'è un tractor beam a Chino,
discoverable throughout the rundown
quelli colorati peraltro, il tiro su io, tiro tutto dopo, dai.
And these are most discoverable to the intent to fly. You can explore these, find loot or different routes to.
Invece di più da pilotare la Gladius dell'F8 però.
Davvero?
Sì, non so, è stabile però mi piace.
It's very important to ground the player to their environment, offering them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms, to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we're planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also this ties into security systems, so being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system And security systems, in turn, will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean?
La reputazione su Pyro.
It's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context.
You
talked about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions of the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we are also looking into raids. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Hi everybody.
Non mi apre il coso, non so per fare.
So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So, all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days, coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. Just wanted to get ahead of the comments. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at CitizenCON in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today.
Da M5 posso saltare.
Porca troia.
So,
quanta roba che mi hanno aggiunto.
In order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exactly close to one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that we go broad by making more modules with different purposes. And we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for those modules as well. I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair.
Guarda che spettacolo.
It's about giving our artists and
colori.
designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes, and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location. With localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say show, don't tell.
Pyro lavorerai sostanzialmente per le gang.
Let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
Allora, Kino, pad 02. Minchia che spettacolo di terreno su cui correre.
Mi è scomparsa anche la freccia. Ok, però ora mi apre il nuovo verso. No?
Allora, la Gladius, ok, la posso mettere via. La pesce, no, ok. Ok, la Gladius l'ho messa via, puoi andare a prendere la tua Titan.
Ok. Devo togliere il cannone, vero?
Sì, prima sì, se no tutto l'esperimento va a puttane. Cazzo vuole questo? Da porco il 2. Io buono. No, hai capito un cazzo, sei appunto sbagliato te.
Ok, mi hanno tolto la C8.
Te l'hanno tolta?
Sì.
L'F8. Dai, levati dai coglioni.
So, what flavors of outposts
Mi sono proprio divertito con quella nave.
We categorize them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation.
Okay.
Now, the first and primary category is the archetype. And they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity
Domani ti
trading.
faccio volare le altre, l'arro e la...
allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module.
Scrapyard, mining operation for
and I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype, and the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station, so there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype.
Adesso ti do la destinazione.
So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay, and farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So, with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So, themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location. Not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available.
Ma scusami, il Panther perché l'hai voluto il Panther?
The fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly.
Non ho il tractor beam.
And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
Per forza. Ma tu non devi andare a dormire. Ma scusa, tu sei ancora là, prendilo tu.
No, io sono emergente.
Merda. Vedi i mercati così. Addirittura puoi comprare la roba così. Ma perché mi ha tolto i pantaloni? Figa. Mi tocca veramente tornare là, cazzo. Che palle. Vabbè, tanto arrivo là in zona e mi rimetto la roba senza bisogno che entro.
Thank you.
Questa diciamo che è la parte che mi interessa un po' di meno del CitizenCON, è molto interessante, molto bella, presenta molta più variabilità nel gameplay, che è molto importante, sia ben chiaro. Io voglio sentire le date, io voglio sapere quando arriverà la roba.
And primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well.
Se vieni direttamente su di me, la nave è già sbucata.
Serio? Ah, ma cazzo, io ho perso la roba che mi piaceva. Porca troia. Non è vero che l'ho vestito di merda. Vabbè, fa niente. La ritroverò.
Oh, questa sera l'ho fatta cazzeggiare lo spersibile, no?
Cosa?
Stasera spersibile mi ha rotto un po' le palle.
Sì, era un po'... è stato un po'... laggava un po', lagga tuttora un po'.
Sì, ora mi ha fatto una bella...
Vabbè, ascolta, tieni in ballo un altro...
Questa sai che non è troppo piccola.
Cosa?
La fai non è bella, ma è troppo piccola.
Dopo, anzi domani quando sono offline ti dico un po' di roba.
So the outlaw theme tells that story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system.
Ci sono ancora magari
Visually we have themes of a regressive and subverted civilization.
Deve essere molto positivo per te.
We layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts.
Sto per
and you'd be able to
2,60.
buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent-themed locations. And that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain.
Ok,
So,
dovrei essere giusto
I've talked about the
così.
kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo.
Guarda, t'ho
It's
quasi
really
sbattuto
made me
addosso
very
l'altra
pleased
nave.
to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that.
C'è
But
questo
where are
che
we
ci
heading
fissa.
from here?
Mi
Well,
piace.
I hope
Perché mi
it should
sta
be obvious that we're going to
scansionando.
get these out for the first Pyro release.
E che cazzo vuole
We
che
still have some
questa
final
scansione?
optimization and polish
Non lo
passes
so.
to do across the whole library.
Quelli che
We're
non
also
gira
going to
di
be
qualcuno.
expanding the amount of these
Cazzo,
locations
cazzo,
throughout
cazzo, cazzo.
Pyro and beyond. And our tools allow us to do that
clippato
very quickly
fuori.
now. And we've got the library as well to do it.
A chi non la
And the
trovo
new
più,
outposts are not limited
Sì,
to the
qua.
Pyro system.
Trovata,
They're completely
presa al volo.
system agnostic,
E
so you
destino.
can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of
Dove
course,
sei?
we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well.
Ma
to
guarda che tu
further
davanti non
expand
monti
the variety and
una cosa a
depth you'll
4.
be able to see at these new
Un 6-3,
locations.
6-4 posso montare.
We
Io ho un
want to
6-3.
encourage
Yeah,
more
monta.
on-foot gameplay within a
Come
small
faccio a montarlo? A parte che è
ecosystem of a
loccato.
planet to give that more localized and
Aspetta,
personal
Chino, io ho un
feeling
6-3.
experience.
Non
Our
posso
goal with
montarti
these
un 3 su un
locations, as
4.
with many of the others we're going to
Come?
hear about today, is to
no,
continue
no.
to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a
Ah, gli devo
rich
mettere il
playground
gimbal.
to explore.
Sì.
And I guess I'd like to finish just
Infatti
by
non capivo,
thanking
pensavo gli
everyone
avessi
for
già messo.
listening today. It's
Caricamelo
really
un
great
po'.
to see you all.
Provare.
I'm going to pass you over to Nick.
Ti carico anche
He's
l'altro,
going
il
to talk about
badger.
some locations who are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Le manine muovo.
Bonjour tout le monde.
No, non mi illuminare.
We are French Canadian on the here. Cool.
Ok, uno.
All right,
Guarda che
guys.
non è
My name
piccola
is
sta
Nicolas
nave.
Pinchot. I'm from Montreal.
Ah, ma questa non è il coso, il Panther, è il... come cazzo si chiama? Il badger.
Quello è il Panther.
But just before that, I just
Adesso
want to
arrivo
say
col
thank you
badger.
to everyone who worked on that mandate. It's you
No, i
guys made
Panther
it
che ho
awesome
sopra
work.
sono
I'm
diversi.
super happy and proud to be here
No.
today to show you that all of you guys
I
and to the world. So let's
GF337
cut to the
Panther sono
chase
diversi,
and let
hanno
me present you
hanno
the
dei
new
laser
Daily Student.
rifle, hanno 3 canne che sparano. Questo è
Quello è un Panther. C'è scritto.
Io non lo vedo perché non ho il coso.
Vabbè, si recupera. Bello sto settlement così grosso, No, perché mi hai chiuso?
Così li recupera.
Ah, ok. Sì, basta che non vai via. Allora, questa di sinistra è un tarantola. Perché un tarantola?
Ah,
E questo è un badger. Perché un tarantola?
te l'ho detto. Dove sono sti Panther?
Abbiamo preso quello sbagliato allora.
Te l'ho detto.
Palle.
Va bene.
Ascolta, domani andiamo, facciamo 2 o 3, anzi adesso. Tu devi andare adesso?
Io sì, ora sì.
Ok, a domani andiamo a ammazzare 2 o 3 navi e li facciamo.
No, vabbè, a sto punto se mi faccio un po' di soldi ne compro quello una decina.
Vuoi un consiglio? Non comprarli, non fare come cazzo ho fatto io. Che è una minchiata. Li facciamo fuori con le navi o l'F8. Ci mettiamo 5 minuti a recuperarli in Panther. Risparmi 240k.
Ah, mi fa vedere il mio cadavere, perché sai che posso andare a recuperare.
Allora ti seguo, scusati.
Se mi facessi saltare sul mio cadavere sarebbe meglio.
Ti seguo a mano. Cazzo, bello sto settlement sull'acqua. Porca troia.
1000 chilometri di ok?
Va bene. Scegli un punto vicino. Dove sei?
Fammelo fa vedere. Nella mappa me lo fa vedere il mio cadavere.
A me no, è tuo.
No, ma nello Skyline me lo fa vedere il mio cadavere.
Non ne ho idea. Penso di sì. Siamo quasi scontrati,
Sì, io sono fermo,
Ah. Devi trovare un posto vicino dove saltare, sennò ci mettiamo una vita.
Lo so. Il problema è che quando premo B ne ho milioni. Facciamo così. Quello.
Bello.
Pretty cool, guys.
Bello sto settlement. Quantum Travel Started, aspetta, che mi avvicino a te.
Oh, by the way, we made more than 4, it's not just 4, we made more than that. So we split those settlements in 2 categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
No, veramente se metto gli NPC a giocare subito con noi diventa spettacolare.
Io ho ancora 1013 di nuovi.
Come fai a essere 1013? Ah, è clippato nel dentro. Niente. Hai perso tutto. Aspetta però. Sì, niente.
Ma non è che è dall'altro lato del pianeta.
Può essere. Prova a risaltare.
Il problema è che no? Proviamo lo stollo.
Le bottiglie. L'ho fatto bene.
Devo saltare una vola o poi giusto.
Salti, dopodiché ti avvicini.
Sì, a trovare una vola. Esatto, mi tocca di uscire dall'atmosfera.
Sì, quello per forza. Vieni quando ci sei.
Sto scendendo dall'atmosfera.
Ok.
I like the end. The end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game. So thank you very much. I will let now Adam to show you more good stuff.
Il fatto che queste location arrivino entro fine anno mi fa pensare bene. Comunque l'interfaccia era quella vecchia, ci sta, si vedeva che era già pronto. E sono contento, ma... Pyro, quindi?
So, welcome to Rust Stop Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations?
Pyro Rest Stop Stations.
Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect with Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the rough and ready outlaws, and Xenothreat may control these. Our focus today will on the rough and ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
I punti di Lagrange, ragazzi, sono i punti di orbita stabile, quindi in equilibrio tra, ad esempio, 2 sistemi. La Luna per noi è un punto di Lagrange perché è in orbita costante, non scappa. No, aspetta, no, ho detto una cazzata. Lì la stazione spaziale internazionale è in orbita di Lagrange. Ho detto una cazzata. No, la Luna non è in orbita di Lagrange, mi sa. Devo controllare. Gli S sono sicuro.
No, io che vado a letto, il mio cadavere è dentro il pianeta.
Ah, ok. Tu sei all'emergency? Ah, io vado a fare un salto lì, vedo se c'è da lottare e basta. Poi rientro anch'io.
E io ora vado nello spazio, mi carico sulle navicelle e vado a nanna.
Va bene. Ah, è vero che... No, guarda che puoi atterrare sul pianeta e slogare dal pianeta, e domani ricompari sul pianeta. Nello spazio non funziona ancora, purtroppo. Che è un peccato, perché...
So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates
Quindi
to
se
basic
aumenti la
functions such as the
reputazione
hub
puoi prendere
clinics,
più
which need
roba
at
e
least a
andare in
neutral
più
standing
posti.
with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas.
Figo.
These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
Sì, l'interfaccia è ancora quella vecchia, non è come quella che hanno presentato oggi, quindi ci sta che...
Sono atterrato in plano.
Sei atterrato?
In planato.
Però... Quindi le fazioni controllano la maggior parte della stazione, quindi esattamente sì come su The Expanse. Minchia, ho trovato un botto di roba. Allora, mi interessa il cibo, l'acqua. Questo mi interessa, è viola quindi mi interessa, scarpe di merda però ve le prendo, il resto non mi interessa. Poi visto io qua posso andare a dormire e slogare, no? Questo è un peccato. Ciao Chino, notte.
User disconnected from your channel.
Harry, cos'è che sei te? Quarzo si carra sì. Poi non mi crashare, porco 2. il fatto che ogni stazione abbia un layout unico, questo è importante, perché sennò diventa sempre la stessa solfa. Carina anche questa cosa del fatto che hai path differenti dove puoi andare, tipo condotti dell'area.
So how does the reputation gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we have good reputation? So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through the station. However, you've got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you neutral reputation? So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you can have to find an alternate pathing. Or you can have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you could probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes.
Quindi hai più rotte che ti puoi prendere attraverso i posti.
Most modules are interconnected with vents
2 o
and maintenance
3
shafts.
tipi di differenti di altri percorsi, le sistemi di interazioni, l'esplorare e lottare non capisco cosa c'entri.
We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues.
No, mi è sparito. Ah no, è loot è qua.
These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These serve as spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
Certo, quindi io non c'ho... Ovviamente non ho la nave. E non posso richiamarla a chi non è andato a dormire. Voi non lo vedete giustamente perché...
So the market is a social hub and a good example of mixing social and gameplay space, as mentioned by Khan earlier. Another reputation gate can be found in the market. The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access the area. You can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
Ok, niente, mi è tornata la nave, ragazzi. Pyro sembra essere una roba effettivamente molto particolare, cavolo. Molto bello.
Okay. So we have
Ripeto, il discorso è il quando arriverà. Se è vero che arriva entro fine anno, tanta roba.
Much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location.
Bello.
So I hope you've enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Nice. Pyro sarà un bel gameplay, aggiungerà veramente tanto.
Hey everybody! We are almost to the end of CitizenCON 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro? Starcloth? Star Hair? Star Citizen? All right, we've still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're gonna need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
Carina questa. Salty Mike, non dimenticarti di prendere il tuo assegno quando torni a casa.
All right. So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at CitizenCON 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Who are the competitors? What are you doing?
Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys. Come
on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herpediza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox and the floor mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players. And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the whole event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down.
Sai chi ha vinto?
All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend. And he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbrick, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
Sembra simpatico. Ok, è simpatico, sì.
Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the event proper. So this is a sign-off for me. Thank you so much for being here at CitizenCon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible.
Bravi, bella.
And you're going to love what you're about to see, everybody.
Vediamo se dice qualcosa.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure. My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they?
La grey box è quella prima della production, ragazzi.
They're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible.
Ottimo.
Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars, making them accessible to as many players as possible at any one time.
Bene.
There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface.
Bene.
Yeah.
Ok, mettono le strade, mettono i landing, mettono le strade, i landing sono aperti. Figo.
So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. You know, depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So, an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, you know, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area, and missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities.
Sostanzialmente sarà un gameplay più orientato al militare per il
combattimento.
combattimento.
Gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and you know, everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. And missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops,
mentre mi stavo avvicinando tutta la velocità al
hostile
pianeta.
missions like corporate espionage. Some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But you know, that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
Sono avanti con questo lavoro, Spettacolare, se è tutto giocabile, spettacolare. E comunque, essendo già in grey box, sono già parecchio avanti. Anche solo il poterci guidare dentro la rende una cosa molto piacevole. Mica mi sta picchiando nelle cuffie, però passiamo perché... Ah, il muletto che arriva. Lasceranno veramente i gameplay anche di carico-scarico, secondo me potrebbe essere una bella cosa se puoi anche prendere gli NPC, se no... Fagli lo sniper. Eccoci qua che siamo morti, chiaramente.
Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level. And I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts and the hangars, and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area.
Oh, ma sto team a Montreal praticamente fa tutto lui.
And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box phase, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
Comunque è la gray box phase che è quella prima della produzione e sti cazzi sono già avanti. Questa cosa è notevole, eh. Pesce medica. In teoria dovrebbe essere la pesce medica, ma non ha i colori dell'America. Perché? Il gioco stasera ha problemi comunque, ragazzi, ha problemi pesanti. Spettacolo comunque di grafica. Minchia, i display dei mezzi, delle armature, bello, anche il logo lì. Bello. Porca troia, complimenti agli artisti perché hanno fatto veramente un bel lavoro. Cazzo, per essere in grey box va che siamo avanti di destra. La spazzolata della C2 a 2 quello che è. L'ho spazzata per davvero.
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
Team did a great job with that video.
Ragazzi, scusate un attimo in linea.
Something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior comprises of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping-focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
Ma come mai sta arrivando così tanto casino da... Sta arrivando casino da... Mi ha aperto un video a cazzo di là, ok. Ciao. sarebbe PvP questo? Greybox è... Bello il carico sulla piattaforma.
So, as you saw in the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted. But this isn't the only approach you can use. You know, multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available.
Secondo me molti dei li hanno presi da Baldur's Gate comunque, da quello che sto vedendo. Questa storia delle scatole, dai.
So, yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was, you know, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so my thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Belle.
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of art and design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an Assistant Environment Art Director. So obviously, cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing
i trasportatori.
Some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them.
Cose che non puoi comprare ma trovare solo in game è interessante.
Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Gli hangar. Oh, questo mi piace tantissimo. Mi piacerebbe di più se ci fossero anche degli NPC che lo fanno per te, visto che comunque si tratta di una roba lunga e soprattutto se il cargo è molto frazionato. Sta laggando un botto stasera sta cazzo di gioco. Ho capito il teamwork, ragazzi, ma non è che abbiamo tutti un org da 20 miliardi di persone e sta lì a caricarci il cargo. Già questo è un po' più interessante. Questa è una bella roba.
No.
Questo ci piace. Che finalmente possiamo caricare i mezzi senza dover andare ovunque.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as you can see, hangers, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use.
Oh, sta cosa di persistent
Your
hanger
hangar
mi
won't just
piace
be a place
tantissimo.
that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself. Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want.
Allora, è bella come
This will be done
cosa.
through a dedicated interface screen
Però
to manage large
oggettivamente,
volumes of
secondo me questo
items.
rompe un
It
po' i
won't be
coglioni.
using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar.
Oh, questo ci piace.
You'll also be able to bring up ship components, so your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change
Sì, ma
what you can do
diteci
in
quando
your
li
hangar.
pubblicate,
It will be a
perché
home
sennò
to do as you want,
tutto
which has always
chiacchiere.
been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Come sopra.
And I will pass you over to Todd Pappy.
Ripeto, bella sta cosa, ma quando? Quando?
Come on, I can't hear you. All right, there we go. So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
È una nave o una base quella? No, è la UL A, credo. Stanton 4. Land Claim Site. Ragazzi, questa è una casa. Espandibile con l'hangar. Ma il discorso è... Stanno aggiungendo tanta roba, forse anche troppa, Landing pad. No. Medic Center è bello, cazzo così. Il concept è molto bello, ovviamente è solo un concept per ora.
All right, so base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually gonna build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes, everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials, ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base, and we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet. So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone, that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own the land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, And then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships. So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations or they can actually be fabricated.
Tutto bello.
You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's tool.
Un po' complicatino, secondo me.
With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1.
Wow.
So, that's me.
Wow.
Thank you all. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to see you.
Hello? Hey everybody.
E abbiamo Chris Roberts che chiude la cerimonia.
I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it.
Tanta roba.
And I've sort of seen some online comments about, okay, well that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game? But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCON is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCON is our intention, not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are...
Porca puttana, questa affermazione è pesante, ragazzi. Se fosse vero, salto di qualità gigantesco.
Over the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year, hopefully everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen.
Wow.
So,
applausi.
And it's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of, because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42.
Grande, feature complete on Squadron 42.
I am not, you will not get a release date from me today, because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So
wow.
Let's roll that.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now.
Vega System. Bello, cazzo.
We're clear. Commercial vessel.
Dovrebbe essere il prossimo sistema a essere aggiunto, tra l'altro. Questi non sono le ghost.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
P7A.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that.
Questa versione è bella. Non so, mi piace. Boh, sarà che. Quella dovrebbe essere uguale a P7C. Come si anima bene, cazzo, con. Ma quei cosi che si muovono sono gli stabilizzatori, no? Che cazzo di Bengal. Armored. Porca troia. Bestiale. Javelin.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Qua se non sbaglio arrivava un attacco tipo si vedevano partire le Scorpius o giù di lì.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches.
Questa era una delle mie attrici preferite quando ero piccolo.
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
Gillian Anderson.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Minchia, ci sono volute un paio di volte per entrare, però. Soul System.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible.
Minchia, bella la grafica. Bella anche l'EDAP nuovo.
So that you feel like an actual pilot. Whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close.
Molto più comodo l'EDAP display così comunque.
With the aim now on polish, we've organized the project into self-sufficient strike teams.
Wow.
So we can focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
Cazzarola.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
Wow. Feature complete.
You didn't see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model, for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you. The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot.
Military multi-tool
that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
C'è un cazzo da dire, tanta roba.
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing.
Questi sono dialoghi un po'
targeting
più...
and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Ma sta zoomata qua che devo capire bene.
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions.
Tanta roba.
We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience, alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
Devo capire che arma abbia in mano. Mi sa che è il P6. Sì, è il P6, dai. Vediamo appena lo riprende in mano. No, è il P8. Questo è il P8. P8, non P6, scusate. P8, quello nuovo. Bello. Ma la granata esplode o... è per bellezza? Allora, tutto strabello, per carità. Bisogna anche capire che cazzo di scheda video ti serve per farlo girare.
We
Cos'è
play
sta
and review
roba?
the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish and where we need to improve the gameplay. This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dial in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them,
Patching you in.
as it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
Agent Trejo, this is Colton. Come back. Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Web pride of explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. What the hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to Polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's, you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Belli. Che cazzo di nave è, tra parentesi? Sembrava tipo una Catla
At the heart of this
strana.
immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and They ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet.
Anche parecchi attori molto famosi. Mark Strong, per esempio. Questo qua che onestamente non mi ricordo come si chiama.
Push about.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
Cazzo che bestia. Cazzo che bestia.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company? This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wakefield, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation.
Ben Mendelsohn?
Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
C'è dentro anche Henry Cavill, ragazzi, in Squadron 42.
I can't fix.
This is
Puttana.
one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
Quanta cazzo di gente c'è?
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Done.
Hey, all right.
Wow, bella. Bell'effetto, cazzo.
For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew.
Minchia, ragazzi,
We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew. an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff.
Copy that.
Hangar, ready for launch.
Wow.
Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Square the deck and line it up.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
E come... Oh. Questa scena mi sembra un po' una cazzata, bella, cinematografica.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a
bella.
shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment.
Oh, comunque è bello, cioè... proprio bello, c'è niente da dire.
Solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions, as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions. Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman. And we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh good, we can't hack it from this side.
E in effetti a livello di grafica onestamente è molto più bello di tanti altri giochi AAA che dicono, fanno, disfano, che non girano, questo non gira.
Give you override permissions and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly. Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long before you arrived. Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
Oh, è lungo sto video per Squadron 42, ne ha messa di roba. Bella la mappa.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind. We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game. As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Wow. You know that?
Now I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Wow. Gollum. Bravi.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of. So I can't wait for you guys.
Questo è l'uomo che ha permesso tutto questo.
I'm not going to say when, but anyway.
I'm not going to say when.
Anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support, just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, I mean, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much. And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitcomb headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone, and sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do, and they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands. So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us.
Grandi. Ok ragazzi, all'alba delle 2 io inizio a chiudere la diretta. È stato un bellissimo primo CitizenCON per me, un bellissimo CitizenCON in generale, con tante cose che spero arrivino veramente nel 2024, arrivino presto, e ci ho investito tanto in questo gioco perché effettivamente non ho mai investito così tanto con un progetto. Secondo me non è un videogioco, questo va considerato un progetto, un investimento, e dai, vedremo. See you in the verse, guys. Ci vediamo domani. Ciao.